5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden tests positive for COVID, and J.D. Vance formally accepts the GOP VP nomination. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 90. Straight shower possible tonight, a low of 75. Right now, 81 degrees. Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. Fox's Kevin Korg has the very latest.
President Biden testing positive for COVID with mild symptoms. However, that admission coming just shortly after conceding that he would consider dropping out of his reelection bid if doctors diagnosed him with a serious medical condition. Now, the 81-year-old Democrat did give reporters a thumbs up and said, "I feel good," as he cut short his campaign trip to Las Vegas. Of course, from there, he flew to his beach home in Delaware to go into isolation. Now, Mr. Biden did thank well-wishers on X, adding that "I will be isolating as I recover, and during this time, I will continue to work to get the job done for the American people."
The president's diagnosis comes as calls for him to drop out of the race continue to grow over concerns about his physical and mental health. Well, Senator J.D. Vance made his first formal speech since becoming former President Trump's running mate on night 3 of the Republican National Convention. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Ohio Senator J.D. Vance officially accepting the Republican Party's vice presidential nomination.
Tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
Reflecting on unity in the moments after the attempt on former President Trump's life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
Also talking about his upbringing and what he's learned during his time in the Senate.
My message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win.
Calling the evening a night of hope. From the RNC in Milwaukee, Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Meantime, Governor Abbott put the focus on the southern border during his speech at the RNC.
When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C.
Abbott vowed to continue to bus migrants until the border crisis is resolved. The governor said it's important to return Donald Trump to the White House to get our border under control again. Today at the RNC, Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president and will give his first speech since his assassination attempt. Well, the performance of the Secret Service remains in question after it was revealed that the agency knew of the threat against Trump up to an hour before he took the stage in Pennsylvania, at which time he survived that assassination attempt. Republican Senators John Barrasso of Wyoming and Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle at the RNC last night and then spoke about the exchange in a post on X. Barrasso described the conversation.
Asking for specific answers about what happened with President Trump in Pennsylvania and how that shooter was able to get off a clear shot when the FBI and the Secret Service knew that there was a suspicious person an hour in advance of when the shooting occurred.
Cheadle is scheduled to appear at a hearing before the House Oversight Committee on Monday. And it looks like Trump will be wearing that bandage over his right ear for a long time.
That bandage covering the gunshot wound that took off a chunk. Experts say the former president will likely need specialized plastic surgery to repair the tip because fixing a damaged ear is like doing artwork.
It has to be carved perfectly so it doesn't look out of place. It has to have a curvature.
He says the doctor who does the procedure will likely graft a piece of Trump's rib to reconstruct the piece of the ear that was lost. The good news, he says, the injury will not affect his hearing. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Corpus Christi police are confirming that the remains of a missing New Braunfels man have been identified. Police say 21-year-old Caleb Harris was attending college in Corpus Christi and was last seen in early March near his apartment. City workers found human remains in a wastewater lift station almost a month ago. A DNA match from Harris's relatives identified the remains. His cause of death has not yet been determined. Well, a lot of Texas is baking under summer heat, and this weather has led to one of the airlines making some major changes. Alan Skaya reports.
Flight attendants for Dallas-based Southwest have posted pictures and comments online showing exploded soda cans. Some have commented, with the hot weather, Southwest should use a different method to load food and drinks on board. One said soda trucks sit on the tarmac with no temperature control, leading to cans bursting once they're on the cooler plane and then opened. And Southwest says some employees have had hand injuries as a result. They say they're taking steps in hotter cities like Dallas, Houston, and Austin here in Texas, and those steps include limiting time trucks spent on the tarmac and loading cans into coolers.
But big changes are coming to South Texas next week, with a cold front expected to bring below average temperatures and increase our chances for rain. It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Good morning, everybody. Echo, Travis, Rooster, Sam, Ray, Jacob, Alvision 100, welcome in. We're almost ready. Randy Beamer will be in studio at about 6 a.m. and Charlie Parker due in at 8:20 on a Thursday. Thank you, Sam. Someday it'll be a Tom Landry fedora. Just haven't found it yet. Haven't found the right one. I've seen some out there. Welcome into this beautiful day, Thursday, July 18th, 2024, as we will begin the fourth night of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee tonight. The former president's acceptance speech. Donald Trump will speak tonight. It's a big night. 8 days until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics in Paris. 32 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Who will the nominee be there? 51 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens. 54 days until the second presidential debate, and 110 days until the 2024 election. Mr. T is off this week. Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
Wow. All I got to say, Chris, is this political season has more twists and turns than Game of Thrones. I can't keep track. It's wild. Absolutely wild.
That is a perfect description. My gosh. And we'll talk all about it all morning long. But yesterday, just what we saw in the Democratic Party, Joe Biden reportedly with COVID. I mean, we should take them at their word, but you and I have some other theories about that. Apparently, Nancy Pelosi has made the call to Joe Biden saying, time to step aside. So has Chuck Schumer. His lead fundraiser, Jeffrey Katzenberg, apparently has said the money has dried up. Investors, funders are going away. So, my goodness, this could be it for Joe Biden.
I'm thinking so. I mean, he has said that only if he was told by a doctor that he has a medical condition would he step down. So is this COVID diagnosis the perfect excuse that Biden's been looking for to drop out of the race?
So much to talk about. Randy Beamer will join us in studio beginning at 6 a.m. That's in less than an hour. Charlie Parker going to be in here about 8:20. We'll go to all of our huge correspondents, two of them in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention. John Decker, White House correspondent, national correspondent Rory O'Neill. But right now, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together. Your Weather Channel forecast, partly cloudy today, chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, high in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 95. Saturday, mostly sunny with a high of 96. Right now, 77 in Kerrville, 80 in New Braunfels. It is cloudy and 81 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer will be on board beginning around 6 a.m. right here in studio. Mr. T with the day off. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. He'll join us here at 8:20. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. He is also directing the live YouTube video stream. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI, and there Sam Tobias just reminded us this is not Thursday. This is Friday Eve. I prefer that, Charity, Friday Eve.
I'm telling you, it really helps kind of get us through the rest of the work week. It's been a long one.
And what a fascinating address it will be tonight, an acceptance speech by former President Donald Trump, as he is saying he rewrote that speech after the assassination attempt. He will reportedly call for unity. This is not vintage Donald Trump. It'll be interesting to see if he sticks to the unity theme or if he reverts into the Donald Trump we know, who goes after people he believes need going after.
You know, I believe after that assassination attempt that he is forever a changed man. I think we're going to see an emotional Donald Trump tonight take the stage. And I think we're going to perhaps see his softer side, and he will again underscore that message that has been the focus all week long for the RNC, and that's unity. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And we'll see Melania and Ivanka in the audience tonight. I don't know if Barron will be there, but it'll be nice to see more of the Trump family in attendance.
It'll be a big and dramatic night, certainly for the Trumps and for the Republicans. And as we mentioned, and we will get into it coming right up, it is looking like the end is near. Perhaps the end is here for Joe Biden and his quest for re-election. That we said it early on. The dam was breached, and now it looks like the dam is fully coming down. And we'll talk all about it coming up. In fact, we want to hear your thoughts on it in the Talkback feature. We'll pose that question to you coming right up. WOAI News Time 516. Kemper, welcome in. Good morning, Kemper. I see Sam, Travis. Charity has responded in the chat. Echo 5 Hotel, Rooster, Ray, Jacob, welcome in, everybody. Okay, I got to forward something to Andrew. Let's see. Echo 5 Hotel lurking in the shadows. Tracy Bogart not here yet. That's a little surprising. Maybe he's out at a secret clandestine 5 a.m. MAGA meeting behind closed doors. Who knows? Sam, you are correct, and there are more ups and downs coming. It's going to be very, very interesting. I think the writing is on the wall in a big, big way for Joe Biden. I think it's just next to inevitable that he steps aside. Everybody, all of his biggest supporters have now pretty much turned. Adam Schiff yesterday said he should step aside. Nancy Pelosi. Chuck Schumer, Jeffrey Katzenberg, his big donor and fundraiser. Looks like the walls are closing in on Joe Biden. All of his trusted allies now seeming to be and reportedly recommending that he step aside. We'll talk about that coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID and has returned to Delaware, where he will self-isolate. On today's final night of the RNC, Donald Trump will officially accept the GOP nomination for president. And CenterPoint Energy is already facing its first round of lawsuits over lingering power outages in Houston. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
And now let's get a comprehensive look at your weather from News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Calle. Good morning, Jeanette. Thank you, Jeanette. 80 in Alamo Heights, 77 in Leon Valley, cloudy 81 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T with the week off. Randy Beamer will join us in studio right around 6 o'clock. He'll be with us until 9 o'clock this morning. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. He'll join us at 8:20 this morning. And Charity McCurdy, just such drama on both sides of the political aisles. Everything we're seeing at the Republican National Convention, as we discussed tonight, the acceptance speech of former President Donald Trump should be very, very dramatic, I would imagine, in the aftermath of that assassination attempt. And meanwhile, as you report, Joe Biden reportedly has COVID. Nancy Pelosi apparently has recommended that he drop out of the race, as has Chuck Schumer, as has Adam Schiff, a big ally, as has Jeffrey Katzenberg, his lead donor and fundraiser. It is looking like the end is very near for Joe Biden.
Yeah, and the president says that he would only back out of the race if he received a concerning medical report. And, now you wonder, he's been diagnosed with COVID. Could this diagnosis be the catalyst for him dropping out of the race? I think we might see it sooner than later. But if you don't have the fundraising, if you don't have the support within your own party, I don't see any path forward.
Yeah, he has also said that he would drop out of the race if one of his close advisors said there is no path for you to win this, no path to victory. And apparently that's exactly what Nancy Pelosi has told him. So we want to ask our listeners, is this it? Do you think the end is here or the end is near for Joe Biden? Or do you think he's going to remain defiant and just stick around and see this through? How do you think this is going to play out? We want to hear from you. And Charity, how can people tell us?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. You hit that red circle, the talkback button, 30 seconds to let us know what's next for Joe Biden. Will he stay or will he go?
And we will talk about what happened last night. It was the big night for J.D. Vance as he gave his acceptance speech to accept the Republican nomination for vice president. We'll talk about that, the other people we heard from last night, and a whole lot more. Charity's got everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. Right now, your Fox Business Report, News Radio 1200 WOAI, time is 5:25. Frankie, welcome in. M1A1, Sam. Yeah, should I stay or should I go? There you go, Sam. Might have to play that one today, definitely. Let's see, 32 days until the Democratic National Convention. They've got essentially a month. Yeah, and we didn't get into this in this segment, but we will. I think this COVID story, and maybe he indeed has COVID, I think this is a chance to back him away from the campaign trail, gather all of his advisors, plot the path forward, which I believe will be a speech, an announcement that he is going to step aside as far as the nomination. I think you've got to wonder as well. He is currently the commander-in-chief until January 20th of next year, no matter what, if he stays. Is he fit to serve in office given this apparent cognitive decline? Going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Thank you, Frankie, for the groovy hat reference. I appreciate it. I figure I shouldn't wear baseball caps all the time. Try to mix it up sometimes. Charity's coming up with all the big news for you here at the bottom. Very nice, Sam. I'm wearing my beefcake jerky trucker cap today. See what this thing needs? It needs another window where, like, Sam could send a photo of his beefcake jerky trucker hat and we could put it on the screen. That would be nice. YouTube, if you're listening, develop that capability. So if you're just tuning in, and first of all, welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in, Randy Beamer due in studio around 6 o'clock in a half an hour-ish. And Charlie Parker due in studio at around 8:20 this morning. So that should be interesting. Thank you, Kemper. I don't know if this is discipline or insanity, but thank you. Charity should be about 30 seconds away from the news update. We'll bring that to you. Yeah, I'm normally drinking coffee, but I've, for the time being, given up caffeine. So drinking water. And that's all I'm having for the next few days. Woohoo! And I got on the scale this morning. I thought, all right, I'm going to have lost some weight. Nope, didn't lose weight. I gained weight yesterday. What the heck's going on? I was not happy about that, but I think that'll change over time. Oh, cool. Thank you, Rooster. Hat over cap any day. Yeah, I'm again. Coming soon, the Tom Landry fedora. So, Sam, I'm going to have to pull up my Twitter. See if I'm signed in on this computer. I guess I need to sign in. There it is.
5:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is self-isolating after testing positive for COVID. And today's the day Donald Trump takes the stage at the RNC. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 90. Stray shower possible tonight, a low of 75. Right now, 81 degrees. Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID ahead of a campaign event in Las Vegas. Fox's Gernal Scott has more on Decision 2024.
The president, one day after addressing the NAACP convention in Las Vegas, planned to give the keynote at an event for Unidos US, the nation's largest Latino advocacy group. But Unidos CEO Janet Murguia broke bad news.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
Murguia said the president apologized for not appearing, but did not want to put anyone at risk. The president stopped earlier at a restaurant where he had been greeting diners. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly told Biden in private that polling shows he cannot win the election. CNN is reporting that during a recent conversation, Pelosi told Biden that the numbers show he will lose and that he could ruin Democrats' chances of winning the House if he continues on. It follows calls from many prominent Democrats recently for Biden to drop out, including Hakeem Jeffries, Adam Schiff, and Chuck Schumer. Ohio Republican Senator and Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance spoke at the RNC last night, where he reflected on the assassination attempt on former President Trump, touting his defiance.
What did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater.
Donald Trump Jr. also talked about how his father handled the attempt on his life.
What was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion.
Meantime, Governor Abbott told the crowd America needs a president who will secure the border as he slammed President Biden's border policies.
Illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally.
Abbott contrasted Biden's policies with Trump's, claiming Trump had the lowest number of illegal border crossings in decades during his administration. On this final night of the RNC, Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president. Well, there are new developments in the investigation into the attempted assassination against Trump. Fox's Matt Finn has the very latest.
A lot of new eyewitness video coming in. The first video appears to show the alleged shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks, wandering around the building that he apparently used a ladder to climb and then fire into the crowd. Thomas Crooks was reportedly flagged as a suspicious person up to 1 hour before the shooting. A separate new video shows the chaotic moments after the shooting. President Trump being ushered away by Secret Service and 2 gunshot victims being escorted off a bleacher. Just horrifying chaos. There is intensifying scrutiny over the failed security plan at the rally here in Butler.
Meantime, the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, reportedly was confronted at the RNC by 2 senators about that rally shooting. Senator Marsha Blackburn recounted the interaction in a video posted to her X account.
She would not answer our questions. She wanted to say it was not the time or place. This is after we've been through a conference call today where the question queue got cut off. But I've got a message for her. She can run, but she cannot hide.
Cheadle has been subpoenaed to appear before Congress next week. Although San Antonio city officials are considering a couple of proposed affordable housing plans, City Council member Terry Castillo presented the proposals yesterday in a press conference at City Hall attended by Mayor Ron Nierenberg and Democratic Congressman Greg Casar. The Community Land Trust tiered affordability policy involves the distribution of unused city-owned land. The Stay SA policy would get city bureaucrats involved in expediting affordable housing projects. And the power utility company that serves the Houston area is already facing its first batch of lawsuits following Hurricane Beryl.
3 CenterPoint Energy customers are suing the utility for loss, pain, and suffering due to power outages caused by the hurricane. The lawsuit claims CenterPoint failed to protect its infrastructure against the storm or properly maintain its lines and equipment. The plaintiffs say they were without power for at least 80 hours and lost all the food in their refrigerators and freezers. They want CenterPoint to reimburse them for the spoiled food. Over 20,000 still remain without power, with full restoration not expected until tomorrow. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Randy Beamer coming into the studio just around 6 o'clock. He'll be with us till 9 o'clock this morning. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. Charlie will join us as well in studio around 8:20. Mr. T off this week. Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon, directing the YouTube video stream. Look for 1200 WOAI. I'm Chris Duell. And Charity, a big night last night at the Republican National Convention. Of course, the headliner was J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, giving his acceptance speech. But we heard from others, as you've discussed, and we heard some audio. We heard from Greg Abbott, the Texas governor, Kellyanne Conway, Donald Trump Jr. We heard from Donald Trump Jr.'s daughter and Donald Trump's eldest granddaughter, Kai. She gave a good speech as well.
Yeah, she did. It was really nice to see her for the first time in public. Apparently, she had told her father, I want to speak at the Republican National Convention. And I thought she did a fabulous job, gorgeous girl. And she really revealed a different side of Trump. She revealed a softer side, described him as caring and loving. So that was, I think, really a nice angle to bring in a member of the Trump family that hasn't been in a public setting before.
And J.D. Vance, of course, as expected, gave a speech, talked about his humble beginnings, his Rust Belt roots, talked about the vision for America that he and Donald Trump have. All in all, I thought a pretty good speech by J.D. Vance.
He did a great job introducing himself, telling his story, casting himself as a fighter for the forgotten working class, making that direct appeal to Rust Belt voters. As far as speeches, I don't think it was the best speech so far at the RNC, but he did what he needed to do. And I don't think anyone's going to overshadow Trump.
And you've reported on this as well, and I saw the video, a very peculiar moment. A couple of Republican senators chasing down Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle. Just a bizarre moment. They're screaming questions at her, following her. They follow her up some stairs. My God, it is just getting worse and worse for the Secret Service Director.
Yeah, it was getting ugly. The two Republican senators you're referring to are John Barrasso of Wyoming and Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee. They posted that confrontation, a video on X, and I think it's only going to get worse. I don't know about the harassment part, but at the end of the day, we are talking about the head of the Secret Service, which ultimately failed in their number one job, and that is to protect the former president at that campaign rally. And as we hear more information that gunman was spotted, flagged up to an hour before the shooting, they're pretty much out of excuses at this point.
Agree with that. All right, coming up, we will go back in time with Flashback. Then we're going to hear from you. We're asking you on the Talkback feature of the free iHeart Radio app, is this the end of the road for Joe Biden? What do you think he will do? What do you think the Democrats will do next? And what effect do you think all of this might have on the results of the 2024 election in November, just 110 days away? WOAI News Time, 545. Ben, welcome in. Ben, thanks for the comments on the hat. Appreciate it. David, good morning. Rooster, we got your talk back. We're going to play your talk back here at about 5:52.
Bad now. I guess I could have had audio queued up.
Sam Tobias says there is a heavy downpour right now in College Station. Temperature 77. Yeah, we're supposed to get, we have a chance, I think about a 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms here in San Antonio today. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out, and we'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. Ding. Def Leppard coming to the Alamo Dome, I do believe, August 16th with Journey and Steve Miller Band.
I've seen them live. They're great. I mean, when they hit the high notes, they cue the pyrotechnics, but otherwise, great. They're great. Yeah.
Okay. Dukakis, I'm thinking 1988.
You got it.
Okay, let's find out. Ding, 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 ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Charity McCurdy, what else are you following?
Well, President Biden is off the campaign trail and at his Delaware home after testing positive for COVID. This final night of the RNC will see Donald Trump take the stage for the first time since his assassination attempt. And over 20,000 are still without power in Houston more than a week after Hurricane Beryl. We'll have the very latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel forecast, partly cloudy today. Chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. High in the low 90s. Overnight lows in the mid 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 95. Saturday, mostly sunny, high 96. Right now, 80 in Bernie, 90, check that, 79 at the Snake Farm. It is cloudy, 81 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Charity, did you cite Game of Thrones? Did you cite that as just how dramatic things are in politics right now on both sides of the aisle?
Yes, I mean, it's just so many twists and turns every day. A new development that could affect the November election.
And my goodness, you know, and Saturday, less than a week ago. How many days ago was Saturday? 5 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
5 days ago, you've got that assassination attempt. And just so much has changed even since then. And for Joe Biden, you've got the COVID diagnosis, apparently. But I do want to mention this, Charity. You and I spoke before the show today, and you and I both have the feeling that this COVID isolation that Joe Biden is going through is kind of a pretext to kind of pull him off the campaign trail, gather around the campfire, and decide what is next and what to do next. And I have a feeling with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and now Adam Schiff and his lead fundraiser, Jeffrey Katzenberg, all telling him the writing is on the wall. I think they're going to come out of this extended weekend, this being Friday Eve. I think they're going to come out of this extended weekend with a speech ready to go. And that would be the big announcement that he's going to step aside.
Yeah, and the president has said that he would back out of the race if he received a concerning medical report. And based on what we saw last night with the president very slowly walking off Air Force One, I mean, he paused multiple times. I think he even had trouble getting into the SUV that ultimately took him away. I think, this is going to be the reason he drops out of the race. I think he probably does have COVID. I think it is a legitimate diagnosis when you consider all of the campaign stops he's been making recently. And we know COVID cases are on the rise. But I just think, based on his demeanor last night, I think he won't last another week as far as being able to stay in the race and push back against his fellow Democrats who want to see him drop out.
I would say that's a good bet. I would say 1 week from today, and I think they're going to gather over the weekend, and we might hear something Monday, but it could be sooner. But I agree with you. I think 1 week from now, we'll know that he has stepped aside, and they are moving toward a different lead on the Democratic ticket. So we've been asking our listeners this morning on the Talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app, is this the end for Joe Biden? How do you think this will play out? What is next for the Democrats? I mean, you may believe that Biden will stick to his guns and, be true to his word that he's not stepping aside. But what do you think is next? And how do you think it impacts this race against former President Donald Trump? Charity, how do people tell us their thoughts?
The free iHeartRadio app, you just search 1200 WOAI, you hit the red talkback button, 30 seconds to let us know what's next for Joe Biden. Does he stay? Does he go?
Should I stay or should I go now? Let's go to the talkbacks and let's listen to Rooster. All right. Thank you, Rooster. And keep them coming. We'll play them on the air. And the big question, if indeed it plays out the way we think it will, Charity, would he step down from the presidency to give incumbency to Kamala Harris to make her the president? Or will he say, like Lyndon Johnson did in 1968, that he will not run or accept his party's nomination and stick around as president? Which one do you think he does?
I think he makes way for Kamala Harris based on recent comments he's made lately, saying that he would have not chosen her for vice president if he didn't think she was, qualified to be president of the United States. So I think that's kind of, setting the stage for what's going to happen.
Yeah, strategically, if you're the Democrats, incumbency is a big deal. Granted, it would be a very short incumbency before that election, which is 110 days away. But it would be an advantage for her to be president, Kamala Harris. Going to be fascinating. We'll talk about this with Randy Beamer coming up as he joins us in studio. WOAI News Time 5:57. All righty. Rooster, very good talk back. Randy Beamer due in anytime now, around 6-ish. We look forward to that. Charity at the top of the hour with everything you need to know.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden tests positive for COVID and J.D. Vance formally accepts the GOP VP nomination. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 90. Stray shower possible tonight, a low of 75. Right now, 81 degrees. Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID. Fox's Kevin Cork has more.
President Biden testing positive for COVID with mild symptoms. However, that admission coming just shortly after conceding that he would consider dropping out of his reelection bid if doctors diagnosed him with a serious medical condition. Now, the 81-year-old Democrat did give reporters a thumbs up and said, "I feel good," as he cut short his campaign trip to Las Vegas. Of course, from there, he flew to his beach home in Delaware to go into isolation. Now, Mr. Biden did thank well-wishers on X, adding that I will be isolating as I recover, and during this time, I will continue to work to get the job done for the American people.
And the president's diagnosis comes as calls for him to drop out of the race continue to grow over concerns about his physical and mental health. Well, Senator J.D. Vance made his first formal speech since becoming former President Trump's running mate on night 3 of the RNC. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Ohio Senator J.D. Vance officially accepting the Republican Party's vice presidential nomination.
Tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
Reflecting on unity in the moments after the attempt on former President Trump's life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
Also talking about his upbringing and what he's learned during his time in the Senate.
My message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win.
Calling the evening a night of hope. From the RNC in Milwaukee, Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Meantime, Governor Abbott put the focus on the southern border during his speech.
When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C.
The governor said it's important to return Trump to the White House to get our border under control again. Today at the RNC, Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president and will give his first speech since the assassination attempt. And Republicans are furious after a briefing with officials on the shooting of Trump. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has more.
House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green tells Fox's Neil Cavuto on Your World the lack of answers from Secret Service and the FBI are concerning.
They wouldn't answer the question about what happened between that suspicious moment and what the rules of engagement are for local law enforcement interacting with the Secret Service.
Fox News is told Secret Service knew about the threat of a shooter prior to former President Trump walking on stage and still let him walk on stage. A source says lawmakers were given a timeline of events during separate Senate and House briefings, but no real answers yet, and an acknowledgement of failure from the Secret Service. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
And Trump has been wearing a bandage over his right ear covering the gunshot wound that took off a chunk. And experts say the former president will likely need specialized plastic surgery to repair the tip.
It definitely requires a little bit of an artistic touch, and it requires somebody who does a lot of these to really make it look good.
Dr. Thomas Genevieve heads the Plastic and Cosmetic Center of South Texas. He says the doctor who does the procedure will likely graft a piece of Trump's rib to reconstruct the piece of ear that was lost. That is expensive and takes hours to complete, but he says Trump doesn't need the surgery. The injury will not affect his hearing. Well, Corpus Christi police are confirming that the remains of a missing New Braunfels man have been ID'd. Police say 21-year-old Caleb Harris was attending college in Corpus Christi and was last seen in early March near his apartment. City workers found human remains in a wastewater lift station about a month ago. A DNA match from Harris's relatives identified the remains. His cause of death has not yet been determined. Well, a lot of Texas is baking under summer heat, and this weather has led to one of their airlines making some big changes. Alan Skaya has details.
Flight attendants for Dallas-based Southwest have posted pictures and comments online showing exploded soda cans. Some have commented with the hot weather, Southwest should use a different method to load food and drinks on board. One said soda trucks sit on the tarmac with no temperature control, leading to cans bursting once they're on the cooler plane and then opened. The Southwest says some employees have had hand injuries as a result. They say they're taking steps in hotter cities like Dallas, Houston, and Austin here in Texas, and those steps include limiting time trucks spent on the tarmac and loading cans into coolers.
And big changes are coming to South Texas next week, with a cold front expected to bring below average temps and increase our chances for rain. Well, a man is accused of sexually assaulting a woman while she was receiving ketamine treatment for her depression and anxiety. Deputies arrested 60-year-old Edward Ramirez earlier this month. The 37-year-old victim says Ramirez administered the ketamine during a visit to the Epic Wellness Ketamine Treatment Clinic. She says he assaulted her when she was in a semi-conscious state. Ramirez is charged with aggravated sexual assault. He faces up to 99 years in prison if he is found guilty. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Randy Beamer is in studio, everybody. San Antonio's First News, Randy Beamer, is in studio. We will check in with him in just a moment. It is a big 6 o'clock hour as Charlie Parker will bring us Those Were the Days at 6:48. At 6:40, we will go out to Milwaukee, site of the Republican National Convention. Check in with White House correspondent John Decker for the latest there. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Your Weather Channel forecast: partly cloudy today, a chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. High in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high 95. Saturday, mostly sunny, high 96. Right now, 79 at Stinson Field, 80 at the Pearl, cloudy 81 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. He's due in studio about 8:20 this morning. I'm Chris Duell, and in studio, and the people watching the live video feed on YouTube already saw him walk into the studio. Randy Beamer, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Wonderful.
Interesting night last night at the Republican National Convention. Got
Yes.
to see J.D. Vance. Charity, were you all up late watching the entire thing?
Not the entire thing. I had to eventually go to sleep to wake up for work this morning, but I definitely got the highlights, and I thought J.D. Vance did a great job, especially trying to cast himself as a fighter for the forgotten working class. And it was a very touching moment when he introduced his mother, who was a former addict, and to hear the crowd erupt in cheers for her was an awesome moment.
And he had talked first about his mama. He talked about we hillbillies and that his mama, his grandmother, raised him. Interesting moment at the end when he was making a number of jokes about her, but he said, when she finally passed away in 2005, we were going through her stuff and we found 19 loaded guns around the place. And it was because he said that they thought she couldn't move well. So she was putting guns nearby where she could reach them if she needed to, in closets and in silverware drawers. And I just thought that was one where people might go, oh. It was an interesting way to talk about guns in this race, but that he talked a lot about economics, and he talked a lot about the Rust Belt states. I can't remember how many times he mentioned Ohio, the Ohio State. Oh, Michigan, we love you too. Pennsylvania. And so he's definitely going to be gunning for those Rust Belt states. And we heard President Trump wants him to base himself in Pennsylvania because that's a very important state.
And meanwhile, and Charity and I have been talking about it throughout the morning as well, on the other side of the aisle, things not looking good for Joe Biden. He currently has COVID. He's at his beach home in Delaware. He's, going to isolate for now. But, people like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Congressman Adam Schiff, his lead fundraiser, Jeffrey Katzenberg, a lot of these people now telling him the writing's on the wall and he needs to step aside. How do you think this will play out?
Well, it didn't look good last night when some of the networks showed the split screen. I think it was when Donald Trump Jr. was speaking and Biden was walking very slowly, you could say shuffling toward the SUV and then getting on and off the plane very slowly. And, one of the headlines here is that he talked to BET yesterday saying, I'm in better physical shape than Trump. And it doesn't look like it.
Yeah. And, the president has said that, he would back out of the race if he received a concerning medical report. And, Randy, Chris and I were talking about how this COVID diagnosis could be the catalyst for him ultimately dropping out of the race, maybe as soon as next week.
I can understand that. Although, who knows, he might not want to drop out of the race right now because it's COVID and people would see a lot of conspiracy theorists. Well, he's dropping out. He's using that as an excuse. Maybe if he gets better and then he who knows what will happen in this race?
Yeah, I have a feeling that, and as Charity said, we take him and the White House staff at their word that he has COVID, but I think this could be a pretext or an opportunity to go to Delaware, get your closest advisors together, figure out what is next. And I have a feeling what is next is a speech to the American people telling us that he's stepping aside.
And how to do it graciously is what they're going to figure out. How to do it without him losing face, I think, is what his family is probably worried about. He's probably as concerned about it as anybody else. But again, look now, we're seeing on one of the screens him walking very slowly up the steps of Air Force One. That is not a reassuring image to those who are worried about his health.
No, and certainly not an image that voters, those who are undecided, are going to be inspired by to want to vote for Joe Biden for another 4 years. We'll talk more about it. We'll hear from you, your talkbacks. We're asking you, is this the end of the road for Joe Biden? What do you think is next for him and the Democrats, and how will it affect this race for the presidency and this election that's only 110 days away? More coming up. WOAI News Time, 6:16.
On the house, loaded guns.
Now, what? Randy adjusted that himself. Are you happy?
That's all right. You can play with it.
Okay. Now, Randy,
like that? Well, I was just trying to get it. You can straighten it.
Okay.
Yes, that's
No, go ahead. I saw Randy.
It does need to be straightened.
Just want to make sure we get it right.
Let's see. I was here.
Do I have it pulled up? I do.
Is that good? Better. I think it's we coordinated with the blue.
True.
And
tomorrow's red. This is for the blue states.
And
tomorrow's red.
It's hat day.
It is red tomorrow, so it actually.
Oh, that's right.
It actually works out. So just Kemper, Andrew. Okay. We have one talk back we'll play from Kemper.
When it's actually looking straight up, it doesn't. Well, I don't know. Whatever. It's TV. It doesn't matter. Yeah, but it's streaming. So he told BET yesterday, I'm in better physical shape than Trump.
God.
And womp, womp.
Yeah.
But I try my best. I think you really can't fix me. Oh, and his wife came out. J.D. Vance's wife. It looked like they were going to introduce him because they had played this video of him, pictures in Iraq or wherever he was, Afghanistan as a Marine, and then him as a father and whatever. But then his wife came out, the Hindu, and some of the people look like, what's she doing?
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the least diverse faces. It's
Sure.
the white crowd.
Yeah.
And then she did a good job introducing him and talked about, she didn't mention Hindu or anything like that, what he was like, that he was funny, whatever. But already some of the MAGA people are not happy that they picked somebody with a Hindu.
That's so crazy.
wife.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But she helps them in that. Oh, look there, I'm walking.
Oh, gosh.
It's sad. We used to joke about my grandfather. And then when my mom started, it's just the shuffle and you move an inch or two at a time.
Yeah.
So many people can relate to that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like he needs a caregiver.
Yes.
And Jill is the caregiver. Well, it's like Nancy Reagan.
Yeah. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, we'll hear from you via the Talkback feature. More analysis with Randy Beamer. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, tonight is the last night of the Republican National Convention, and it's going to be all about Donald Trump. A COVID diagnosis has kicked President Biden off the campaign trail, and another beloved Texas restaurant chain has been sold to an out-of-state company. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel forecast, partly cloudy today, chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, high in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s. Tomorrow's forecast, partly cloudy with a high of 95. Saturday, mostly sunny with a high of 96. Right now, 77 in Kerrville, 80 at Fort Sam Houston, cloudy 81 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's First News, Randy Beamer in studio with us till 9 o'clock. He'll be back tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, Fridays with Beamer. We always enjoy that. Charity McCurdy, we are asking the listeners with everything we've been talking about regarding President Joe Biden, is this the end of the line for him as far as running for re-election at the very least? And what might this do to the race? How do people let us know how they feel?
It's so easy. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Download it if you don't have it already from the App Store. You search 1200 WOAI. You hit the red circle. That's the talkback button. Gives you 30 seconds to let us know what's next for Biden. Is he going to stay in the race or is he going to go?
And let's listen to one. Let's listen to Kemper. What do you think, Randy? I mean, we are certainly in interesting times. We know that.
I like that metaphor. I was just trying to get into the depth of that metaphor, but we are in interesting times. And I think what we really showed last night is what I miss is that we should have debates on, say, the economy, because J.D. Vance has a whole different approach to economics than the Republican party of George H.W. Bush and Reagan and the trickle-down economics. And that's going to have to be debated. But when are we going to have that? The one debate with him and Kamala and the one debate with Trump and Biden? I don't think that's enough. But we have all these, very emotional presentations at the conventions because we like shows. But we're missing out, I think, on the issues, at least right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Randy, that potential debate between Vance and Kamala Harris. I mean, there's talk now that the Trump campaign is pushing back on a request to do any kind of debate between the VP candidates because there's a chance that Kamala Harris won't be the VP candidate at this rate, with speculation that Biden may drop out as soon as next week. So that'll be interesting to see if that ever happens.
Absolutely. Tell you what, coming up, we will go to Milwaukee. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker is there. His thoughts on J.D. Vance's performance last night and a preview of Donald Trump's acceptance speech tonight at the Republican National Convention. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know coming up at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 626. tell you, like right now we are, and you'll hear you won't hear the feed.
Oh, okay.
So
now
when
we're
the
on.
mics go on, the feed goes off.
Hi, everybody.
Randy Beamer, everybody. And we've got Charity McCurdy coming up at the bottom of the hour. So we'll do the same thing with Decker. I'll throw to you for question one.
Okay.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is self-isolating after testing positive for COVID. And today's the day Donald Trump takes the stage at the RNC. More ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 90. Stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID ahead of a campaign event in Las Vegas. Fox's Gernald Scott has more.
The president, one day after addressing the NAACP convention in Las Vegas, planned to give the keynote at an event for Unidos US, the nation's largest Latino advocacy group. But Unidos CEO Janet Murguia broke bad news.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
Murguia said the president apologized for not appearing, but did not want to put anyone at risk. The president stopped earlier at a restaurant where he had been greeting diners. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meantime, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly told Biden in private that polling shows he cannot win the election. CNN is reporting that during a recent conversation, Pelosi told Biden that the numbers show he will lose and that he could ruin Democrats' chances of winning the House if he continues on. It follows calls from many prominent Democrats recently for Biden to drop out, including Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and Adam Schiff. Ohio Republican Senator and VP candidate J.D. Vance spoke at the RNC last night, where he reflected on the assassination attempt on former President Trump, touting his defiance.
What did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater.
And Don Jr. also praised how his father handled the attempt on his life.
What was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion.
Meantime, Governor Abbott told the crowd America needs a president who will secure the border as he slammed President Biden's border policies.
Illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally.
Today at the RNC, Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president. And there are new developments in the investigation into the attempted assassination against Trump. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
A lot of new eyewitness video coming in. The first video appears to show the alleged shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks, wandering around the building that he apparently used a ladder to climb and then fire into the crowd. Thomas Crooks was reportedly flagged as a suspicious person up to 1 hour before the shooting. A separate new video shows the chaotic moments after the shooting. President Trump being ushered away by Secret Service and 2 gunshot victims being escorted off a bleacher. Just horrifying chaos. There is intensifying scrutiny over the failed security plan at the rally here in Butler.
And the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, reportedly was confronted at the RNC by 2 senators about that assassination attempt. Senator Marsha Blackburn recounted the interaction in a video posted to her X account.
She would not answer our questions. She wanted to say it was not the time or place. This is after we've been through a conference call today where the question queue got cut off. But I've got a message for her. She can run, but she cannot hide.
Cheadle's faced scrutiny for the Secret Service's failure to protect Trump and has been subpoenaed to appear before Congress next week. Well, the utility company that serves the Houston area is already facing its first batch of lawsuits following Hurricane Beryl.
3 CenterPoint Energy customers are suing the utility for loss, pain, and suffering due to power outages caused by the hurricane. The lawsuit claims CenterPoint failed to protect its infrastructure against the storm or properly maintain its lines and equipment. The plaintiffs say they were without power for at least 80 hours and lost all the food in their refrigerators and freezers. They want CenterPoint to reimburse them for the spoiled food. Over 20,000 still remain without power, with full restoration not expected until tomorrow. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Darden Restaurants is purchasing the popular Austin-based Tex-Mex chain Chuy's. Chuy's has more than 100 locations, several of which are in North Texas. The boards of directors for both companies have already approved the $605 million all-cash transaction. Darden is the parent company of Olive Garden, Cheddar's, Longhorn Steakhouse, and others. Chuy's was founded in 1982 in Austin and now has locations in 15 states. Well, a new report finds most cancer deaths could be prevented through diet and lifestyle changes.
The American Cancer Society's report finds as many as 40% of cancer cases and up to half of cancer-related deaths could have been prevented. The study identifying modifiable risk factors for 30 types of cancers in adults. The biggest factor? Cigarette smoking, which accounted for 30% of cancer deaths and 20% of cancer cases. Excess body weight came in second, followed by UV radiation and physical inactivity. The study's author tells Fox News Digital a greater priority should be placed on personal and societal actions to reduce risks and prevent cancer as the first approach. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, things said, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer is in studio, big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Let's go to Milwaukee, check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Randy, what do you got for John Decker?
John, how do you think that played outside the Beltway outside Milwaukee in terms of the Vance speech last night? And should he have gotten more into policy in terms of economics, or was it just an introduction?
Well, it was an introduction, Randy, and also let's not forget the way he concluded that speech. It was outreach to a very important part of this election cycle, working class voters, sometimes working class union workers. And that is why J.D. Vance, one of the reasons anyway, why J.D. Vance was named as Donald Trump's running mate, because there is the belief that he can reach out to those types of voters in the battleground states in the Middle West. And so I thought he did a fine job. He delivered what he needed to do last night. I thought his demeanor was terrific. And it was an introduction, as you put it, Randy, to the American public. Most people not familiar with J.D. Vance, his background, his story, and they learned a little bit more about him last night.
And John, as the first millennial to join the top of a major party ticket, is there any polling that shows how people feel about the Vance selection as Trump's VP?
Well, on that front, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any polling that takes that into account. Most people, as you know, Charity, they don't vote simply because of who's the number two person on the ticket. It may influence them to a certain extent, but really it's a binary choice between the two candidates that have been put forward by both political parties. In this case, the way things stand today, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But what it does is it's a pick that potentially cements the legacy of Donald Trump should he win in November, because J.D. Vance is so young, and it puts him on a path to being the Republican presidential nominee in 2028. Hard to believe we're talking about that already, but that's the kind of situation that we have, and that Donald Trump, even if he wins, can only serve 4 years in office.
And John, of course, tonight is the night for Donald Trump's acceptance speech. We've heard so much talk since that assassination attempt last Saturday in Pennsylvania, and even Trump himself said he tore up his previous speech. This one will have a different tone, be more unifying. You've covered him closely as White House correspondent. What do you expect from Donald Trump tonight?
Exactly that. You know, I've been in the convention hall, the Fiserv Forum, the arena where this convention is taking place every night. And you see it on television. I see it, you know, in person. And that is his demeanor throughout this convention. It's a humble Donald Trump. And we don't see the side of him all that often. In fact, ever. But we're seeing it all this week. We're seeing that side of Donald Trump. We're seeing the proud grandfather side of Donald Trump. Again, we don't see that often. So I think that's what we're going to see from the former president tonight in the speech that he delivers. I don't believe we'll hear him say things that he said in the past, like Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe. Now, he'll simply distinguish his policies from the policies that have been carried out by President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. But I don't think he'll get into personal attacks against either of those individuals.
What about attacks, as Vance did last night, against Wall Street barons and the corporate millionaires? We're done with that. It doesn't sound at all. And NAFTA, he criticized NAFTA, which George H.W. Bush signed right here in San Antonio. Is this, you know, it seems like an entirely different party than the Bush era, but will Trump criticize Wall Street billionaires?
Well, he does that already. You know, that's been the Democratic Party's mantra for decades. And I hear it and I see it, you know, when President Biden goes out and gives his stump campaign speech, he's doing that already. You know, and I have to tell you, the other night when the president of the Teamsters addressed those delegates at the arena on one of the nights of the convention, there was a reaction that was, I think, a confusing reaction because of the things that he was saying are so at odds with the Republican Party platform and the Republican way of thinking as it relates to unions. I thought it was a brilliant move to invite the president of the Teamsters to speak at the Republican National Convention. But remember, the president of the Teamsters did not, in the course of that speech, endorse Donald Trump. He simply was making the case for union labor, unionized labor, and also making the case for the importance that the Teamsters play in American life, American society.
And John, with a lot of eyes on Trump, it's going to be interesting to see a rare appearance by Melania and Ivanka, and you wonder if that's going to continue moving forward.
Well, that's right. They really have not been out there. In fact, neither Melania nor Ivanka attended Donald Trump's criminal trial in Manhattan. Not one day were they in the courtroom or by Donald Trump's side. And we are expecting them to be at the convention hall tonight. And it's a rare event these days, given that both of them really do not like politics. And you wonder the extent to which, if Donald Trump wins, how often we'll see the First Lady, the former First Lady, doing events on behalf of the administration. So a lot of unanswered questions still to come. And we'll get some of those answers in the next 24 hours. But the other answers to those questions about the role that Melania Trump would play as First Lady if Donald Trump wins, that will be months and months from now to get the answer to that question.
We always appreciate his perspective. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days, WOAI News Time 647.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. President Biden is canceling campaign events while he deals with COVID. After J.D. Vance accepted the GOP VP nomination, Donald Trump will take center stage at the RNC tonight. And UTSA is offering a new program allowing students to fly high. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast partly cloudy today with a chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. High in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high 95. Mostly sunny Saturday, high 96. Right now it is 76 in Kerrville, 78 in New Braunfels, cloudy and 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news, our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Charlie due in at about 8:20 this morning in studio. Randy Beamer is in studio with us. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. We have been asking you on the Talkback feature of the iHeart Radio app, your thoughts on Joe Biden. The writing seems to be on the wall. More and more close advisors are recommending that he step aside. Now he's got the COVID diagnosis. Let's listen to a couple of talkbacks and then we'll react to them. First, let's go to Mitchell. Okay, now that's a great question, Randy. Would Gavin Newsom be good on a ticket, assuming Kamala Harris would be the lead?
Well, talk about awkward. Gavin Newsom was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, who is Eric Trump's fiance.
True.
So on a personal basis, that would be kind of awkward. But I also think that he would be political poison in the Midwest, where J.D. Vance is really gunning for. So I don't see him as the candidate or vice presidential candidate.
Who else do the Democrats have? That list is very short. I can't think of anyone.
Gretchen Whitmer.
That, yeah.
Some of the Midwestern governors,
Yeah.
maybe. But I think that is, and one of the things you talked about earlier that I think is interesting, if Biden not only drops out, but resigns, people might think, well, then, the third in line, Mike Johnson, a Republican, Speaker of the House, would automatically move up to vice president. But that's not the case. It would be Kamala Harris that would appoint a vice president that would have to be approved by both the House and the Senate, which would be awkward.
Would be
Or
awkward and
maybe-
ugly in an
maybe
election year.
impossible by
Yeah.
November. So he could do that.
Well, see, and I would think strategically, granted, it would be a short incumbency, but we know that, incumbency has its power in an election. I would think it would make more sense if you want to increase your party's chances of winning and you're Joe Biden to resign and make her the president. That way it's President Kamala Harris
Right.
running against former President Trump.
Unless he or somebody else that is, has some influence with him would not want to anoint her as the president. If that wouldn't be his pick or the Democrats' pick.
I don't know if that would go over well if he skipped over Kamala Harris. I do think we're going to see movement, though, by the end of next week. Again, with this COVID diagnosis, with the president saying that it would take a doctor telling him he has some kind of medical condition that would prevent him from continuing on. I think this is it right here.
I don't know if, he had also said in one of the interviews, maybe with Lester Holt, that he would maybe be open to an open convention because he said that the delegates can vote their conscience. So if by then he says, well, okay, I'm dropping out of the race, then it's an open convention and a free-for-all.
Going to be fascinating. We'll talk more about all aspects of Decision 2024 coming up. And coming up, wait till you hear this at 7:10. We will bring you last night's evening at the Republican National Convention in less than 2 minutes, and we'll react to it. But right now, Charity McCurdy has all the big stories you need to know about on this Thursday morning. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Yeah, and he posted that in the one word Texas.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Isn't he moving SpaceX and headquarters and all that?
That's funny.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden tests positive for COVID. J.D. Vance formally accepts the GOP VP nomination. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 95. Stray shower possible tonight, a low of 75. Right now, 80 degrees. President Biden has tested positive for COVID. Fox's Kevin Cork has more.
President Biden testing positive for COVID with mild symptoms. However, that admission coming just shortly after conceding that he would consider dropping out of his re-election bid if doctors diagnosed him with a serious medical condition. Now, the 81-year-old Democrat did give reporters a thumbs up and said, "I feel good," as he cut short his campaign trip to Las Vegas. Of course, from there, he flew to his beach home in Delaware to go into isolation. Now, Mr. Biden did thank well-wishers on X, adding that, "I will be isolating as I recover, and during this time, I will continue to work to get the job done for the American people."
And the president's diagnosis comes as calls for him to drop out of the race continue to grow over concerns about his physical and mental health. Senator J.D. Vance made his first formal speech since becoming former President Trump's running mate on night 3 of the RNC. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Ohio Senator J.D. Vance officially accepting the Republican Party's vice presidential nomination.
Tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
Reflecting on unity in the moments after the attempt on former President Trump's life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
Also talking about his upbringing and what he's learned during his time in the Senate.
My message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win.
Calling the evening a night of hope. From the RNC in Milwaukee, Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Meantime, Governor Abbott put the focus on the southern border during his speech.
When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C.
The governor said it is important to return Trump to the White House to get our border under control again. Today at the RNC, Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president and will give his first speech since his assassination attempt. And more details are emerging about the suspect who tried to kill Trump. Here's Fox's Jonathan Seary.
Local TV station WTAE has obtained cell phone video that appears to show 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks lurking in the background of the rally about an hour before the gunfire erupted. Sources with knowledge of a closed briefing for senators say that was around the same time that law enforcement identified Crooks as a suspicious person, a person of interest. Fox News has learned senators were also briefed that when investigators reviewed Crooks' laptop, they found recent searches marches for Trump, Biden. When is the DNC convention and July 13 Trump rally?
And some lawmakers are now calling for the head of the Secret Service to resign. Kimberly Cheadle is scheduled to appear at a House hearing on Monday. Well, 3 CenterPoint Energy customers are suing the utility for loss, pain, and suffering due to power outages caused by Hurricane Beryl. The lawsuit claims CenterPoint failed to protect its infrastructure against the storm or properly maintain its lines and equipment. The plaintiffs say they were without power for at least 80 hours and lost all the food in their fridge and freezers. They want CenterPoint to reimburse them for the spoiled food. 20,000 customers are still in the dark. Well, a lot of Texas is baking under the summer heat, and this weather has led to one of our airlines making some changes. Alaskaya reports.
Flight attendants for Dallas-based Southwest have posted pictures and comments online showing exploded soda cans. Some have commented with the hot weather, Southwest should use a different method to load food and drinks on board. One said soda trucks sit on the tarmac with no temperature control, leading to cans bursting once they're on the cooler plane and then opened. The Southwest says some employees have had hand injuries as a result. They say they're taking steps in hotter cities like Dallas, Houston, and Austin here in Texas, and those steps include limiting time trucks spent on the tarmac and loading cans into coolers.
But big changes are coming to South Texas next week with the cold front expected to bring below average temperatures and increase our rain chances as well. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer in studio with us, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker in the building. He'll join us at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, we've got a segment, Wait Till You Hear This. We'll bring you last night's Republican National Convention in less than 2 minutes. 7:20, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention. I'm getting ahead of myself. Right now, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Oops, shit. Your Weather Channel forecast. Partly cloudy today with a chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. High in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 95. Saturday, mostly sunny, high 96. Right now, 80 in Bernie, 79 at Stinson Field. It is cloudy and 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's First News every weekday at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Right now, we're going to bring you last night's edition of the Republican National Convention in less than 2 minutes. The voices you will hear in order will be Greg Abbott, Kellyanne Conway, Donald Trump Jr., and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. Here they are. That last voice, of course, J.D. Vance with his acceptance speech. Randy Beamer, you've covered and been at many of the conventions over the years, Democratic and Republican. Your thoughts on J.D. Vance's speech?
I thought it was effective. It may not have been as emotional as some of the others, but you saw there in the hall, the people responding. This is the culmination of their day. They have breakfast. There was one, I think, where President Trump spoke at one of these state conventions. Texas gets together. You may notice also they wear the hats. They have a uniform for the day, the shirts, whatever that they are given. But I think for them, in the hall, it was effective. We'll see how effective it was outside the hall in the polls coming up.
Yeah, anytime you can get the crowd chanting "Mama" or JD's mom, I think you've won everybody over. But I agree with Randy. I think he did a great job appealing to the working class, and it was all about making that direct appeal to the Rust Belt voters. But I think his story of struggle, of abuse, of drug addiction really resonated with a lot of people.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Randy, we're going to find out more from the polls. It's the polling after this week, and what we saw last night from J.D. Vance, what we will see tonight from Donald Trump in his acceptance speech, supposed to be a completely different tone, a tone of unity from Donald Trump, in addition to the problems Joe Biden is having and continues to have seemingly by the day. It's going to be interesting to see a poll and then 4 days from now.
And then 4 days after that, we'll see what happens depending on the Democrats. But they did a good job, and I think they will tonight. And as they say, sanding off the rough edges of the personalities. It was interesting when J.D. Vance's wife, who Indian American, talked about how she met him and that he was the same then in Yale Law School when they met, except for that beard. And so she was trying to, personalize him. They brought the or they talked about the kids back in the motel room that he said, get to sleep, kids, or whatever. So he also tried to identify, I think, with working families back in the Rust Belt. He couldn't have said Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan more.
Mhm. For sure. And, I am just really looking forward to hearing from former President Trump tonight. I mean, we talked about earlier, he's forever changed man after that attempt on his life. And I mean, we've seen him every time he walks in the RNC at Five Serve Stadium. He is emotional. You can tell he's fighting back tears. And I imagine that will continue tonight when he gets probably a 5-minute long standing ovation when he takes the stage.
Yeah, it's going to be dramatic, going to be must-see TV tonight. We'll talk about that and more coming up with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is next. WOAI News Time 7:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID and has returned to Delaware, where he will self-isolate. On today's final night of the RNC, Donald Trump will officially accept the GOP nomination for president. And CenterPoint Energy is already facing its first round of lawsuits over lingering power outages in Houston. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast, partly cloudy today, chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. High will be in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 95. Saturday, mostly sunny, high 96. Right now, it is 78 in Leon Valley, 79 in Alamo Heights, cloudy and 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Every weekday morning at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And the other Randy Beamer, is on board with us in studio. Randy, what do you have for Mike?
Mike, what did you think of the speech, first of all? But also, are the Democrats going to say basically the same thing in a few weeks about the economy and pitching to the Rust Belt? We need to bring jobs back. Interesting what they said last night and bashing corporations. How do they square? This is definitely not Reagan's party.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the least important item last night. There was an address to working men, and as you saw, the head of the Teamsters addressed the convention a couple days ago. You see a push to raising a bigger tent, as J.D. Vance mentioned last night, Randy. I gave a B+ on both presentation and content to J.D. Vance. I don't think he went up there to overshine Donald Trump, but it was just an introduction. I was more impressed with his wife and her presentation and with Donald Trump's grandchild. But I thought, he did fine.
Mm-hmm. And Mike, I'm noticing a lot of RNC attendees wearing white patches on their right ear. I mean, that's an interesting way to honor Trump. Kind of surprised the Trump campaign isn't selling official Trump patches.
Have you checked the website this morning, Charity?
I have not. Have you?
It might be out there. I know there's a tiny version of My Pillow that's out there too. It fits over your ear. So, when you're laying down, it's odd. But the weird part in all of this is that now we're hearing from the left, especially on MSNBC, a demand to see a doctor's report and photographs of the ear. Mm-hmm. They don't want a cognitive test for Joe, but they're saying, how do we even know if he was injured?
And speaking of Joe Biden, Mike, the end seems nearer than ever before now. Not only the COVID diagnosis, apparently, but we're hearing Nancy Pelosi has talked to Joe Biden. Adam Schiff now says Joe Biden needs to step down. Jeffrey Katzenberg, his leading donor, apparently has had that conversation. What do you think happens next with Joe Biden?
Well, Joe himself will tell you.
I'll develop some disease and say I have to resign.
There you go. That's the statement from before he and Kamala were sworn in. So that's been in his mind. I do think it's a fait accompli. What I'm focused on now, I want to know who Joe's talking to. He's convalescing at the beach house, a place that we're told we can't ask who's visiting. We can't get visitor logs like the White House. So this is a really curious time, a really curious choice. There's a full medical wing at the White House. Why would you not be there?
At the same time, we're seeing the Secret Service get a lot of criticism. And the director, I thought it was interesting, showed up at the RNC, and I don't know if you've seen the video, but everybody was hounding her. Do you think she'll be gone?
Yeah, Kim Cheadle made a very foolish move yesterday to show up at the RNC and then walk the halls. And I watched Marsha Blackburn's video. Senator Blackburn has a great video out there of all these senators. I think she might be gone before Biden. This is the thing we should compare. Who has to quit first? I think it's going to be Kim Cheadle, especially after we've gotten all this information the past couple of days of all the things they screwed up. It doesn't look good for her.
And after that attempt on his life, Mike, it seems like we've seen a vulnerable side of Trump at the RNC. You think you're going to see that tonight when Trump takes the stage?
I do, Charity. I think we're going to see the very humanized Donald Trump tonight. He's even talked about how this near miss changed his perspective, and he's brought up God in ways I haven't heard him mention in the past. Some people said he pandered to the evangelicals in previous elections. I think he may have had a pivot point in his life.
You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you find your podcast. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop this morning. You don't want to miss it. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up at 7:40, we will go to Milwaukee, site of the Republican National Convention. We'll get the latest from national correspondent Rory O'Neill and a preview of what former President Donald Trump will say tonight in his acceptance speech. Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 726. Good morning, Tim. Welcome in. Good morning, Eric, Travis, Ryan, anybody else? Echo 5 Hotel, Ryan Rodriguez, anybody else who might be in here this morning? Welcome in. Charlie's in the building. You'll see Charlie Parker in a bit.
And KLRN is in the building. Randy Beamer repping KLRN. So you can watch on Thursday. Although tonight, Thursday night, we usually have On the Record, and we don't this week. I'm not sure why.
So no rerun. They're going to do. Do we know what's on at 7 o'clock?
I don't. I should. I'm not representing KLRN well.
I might have to look
but
that
watch
up.
anyway when you can.
How dare they air something in place of On the Record at 7? Notice I keep saying 7 now that I know.
That's right.
Now that I
7
officially know
p.m.
the
Central
time.
Time.
So yeah.
You can do a better job than I can.
Sandra Castro, welcome in. Charity will have the news here in just a moment. See if I can find the KLRN.
Oh, yeah.
Programming, klrn.org.
Sometimes they put on.
One more contact.
Nick. So we've got Taskmaster and Nick. Okay.
Hello day.
Yeah, I haven't really been pushing it either. So schedules.
What's going on with you? Anything exciting? What you were in Austin recently, as I understand?
They want me to. They texted me last night. They go like, "Hey, if you can you do the Craig Way show from 2 to 5 tomorrow in Austin?" I was like, "If I can do it remotely from San Antonio, I can, because I really don't want to drive up there." And then Perry just called me and asked how the show was going. I was like, "It's going great, man. Things are going good."
Good answer. Good answer.
Which is true.
Convention coverage begins at 7 o'clock on PBS tonight.
Thank you.
So
I think I said that could be.
Yeah. The only thing that would preempt Randy Beamer tonight is Donald Trump.
But see, I don't think they have it scheduled, at least that we have off, for the Democratic National Convention. So they just may have not told us yet, but they usually have those, I don't know, weeks.
I think the Democrats are just going to cancel the convention and say, we surrender. You guys win.
Well, we don't even need an election. Trump, we feel bad for everybody.
Yeah, we're gearing for 2028 now.
But yeah, I was like, I can do it.
Are you going to?
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, because I'm doing it from my apartment.
So you talk about a beautiful day in Austin, and
It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a great show. Friday Fumes. That's what we're gonna call it.
Nice.
Well, especially in Austin.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Uh-huh.
Fumes is right on.
I walked by a few dispensaries in, is it Santa Fe or Taos?
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain Dispensary. It was actually, they're adding on to the Rocky Mountain Dispensary, and then there's another one down the way that was doing well. They have as much construction going on in Taos right now as they do in San Antonio, and they're bitching about, it's 3 years to get a street done here.
I'll tell you, I love San Antonio 1,000 times more than Austin because we actually have a city. It's not a small town that 1 billion people live in.
Skyscrapers.
Mm-hmm. Charity's coming up. We're going to back off. Let Charity go. We'll talk to you on the other side.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is self-isolating after testing positive for COVID. And today's the day Donald Trump takes the stage at the RNC. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 95. Straight shower possible tonight, a low of 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID ahead of a campaign event that he was scheduled to attend in Las Vegas. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
The president, one day after addressing the NAACP convention in Las Vegas, planned to give the keynote at an event for Unidos US, the nation's largest Latino advocacy group. But Unidos CEO Janet Murguia broke bad news.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
Murguia said the president apologized for not appearing, but did not want to put anyone at risk. The president stopped earlier at a restaurant where he had been greeting diners. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meantime, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly told Biden in private that polling shows he cannot win in the election. CNN is reporting that during a recent conversation, Pelosi told Biden that the numbers show he will lose and that he could ruin Democrats' chances of winning the House if he continues on. It follows calls from many prominent Democrats for Biden to drop out, including Hakeem Jeffries, Adam Schiff, and Chuck Schumer. Ohio Republican Senator and VP candidate J.D. Vance spoke at the RNC last night, where he reflected on the assassination attempt on former President Trump, touting his defiance.
What did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater.
And Don Jr. also praised how his father handled the attempt on his life.
What was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion.
Meantime, Governor Abbott told the crowd America needs a president who will secure the border as he slammed President Biden's border policies.
Illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally.
Abbott contrasted Biden's policies with Trump's, claiming Trump had the lowest number of illegal border crossings in decades during his administration. Today at the RNC, Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president. Well, there are new developments in the investigation into the attempted assassination on Trump. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
A lot of new eyewitness video coming in. The first video appears to show the alleged shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks, wandering around the building that he apparently used a ladder to climb and then fire into the crowd. Thomas Crooks was reportedly flagged as a suspicious person up to 1 hour before the shooting. A separate new video shows the chaotic moments after the shooting. President Trump being ushered away by Secret Service and 2 gunshot victims being escorted off a bleacher. Just horrifying chaos. There is intensifying scrutiny over the failed security plan at the rally here in Butler.
And the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, has been subpoenaed to appear before Congress next week. Well, Corpus Christi police are confirming that the remains of a missing New Braunfels man have been ID'd. Police say 21-year-old Caleb Harris was attending college in Corpus Christi and was last seen in early March near his apartment. City workers found human remains in a wastewater lift station almost a month ago. A DNA match from Harris's relatives ID'd the remains. His cause of death has not yet been determined. Well, the power utility company that serves the Houston area is already facing its first batch of lawsuits following Hurricane Beryl.
3 CenterPoint Energy customers are suing the utility for loss, pain, and suffering due to power outages caused by the hurricane. The lawsuit claims CenterPoint failed to protect its infrastructure against the storm or properly maintain its lines and equipment. The plaintiffs say they were without power for at least 80 hours and lost all the food in their refrigerators and freezers. They want CenterPoint to reimburse them for the spoiled food. Over 20,000 still remain without power, with full restoration not expected until tomorrow. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's First News. I'm Chris Duell, Charity McCurdy. We have Randy Beamer in studio. Charlie Parker is in the building. He'll join us a little bit later in the 8 o'clock hour. But right now, let's go to Milwaukee, site of the Republican National Convention. Our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill, is there covering it. Randy Beamer, what do you have for Rory?
Rory, how much do you think we'll get tugging at the heartstrings tonight? We got some of that with J.D. Vance, Trump's granddaughter, trying to, sand off the edges, as they say, with Melania speaking.
Well, yeah, that'll be interesting because we haven't seen her at many events at all with former President Trump, and really haven't seen her yet at the convention either. So that will be an interesting addition to have her come back out again, as she was very effective in speaking at the 2016 convention. We didn't go through this in 2020 because of COVID. So yeah, that will be an interesting new take. But Donald Trump historically has not really won people over pulling on the heartstrings. That's not his MO, right? I mean, he's the guy that fires people. That was his TV persona, not necessarily the sweet, soft-spoken guy, even though that's how his granddaughter described him last night.
And Rory, Trump has said he's rewritten his speech following that attempt on his life. Do you think that means we'll hear less attacks on Biden and maybe that more of a focus on unity?
Well, that's likely. That seems to be what we are already hearing from some of the other speakers as well. Wouldn't you love to get a copy of the speech as it was written Friday and then see what he says tonight? That would be fascinating to see how it's changed after surviving an assassin's bullet. So that could be pretty remarkable. And look, the visuals are also a big part of tonight. I'm sure he'll probably have that bandage on his ear to remind the public what happened on Saturday. But then it'll be the balloons dropping and the red, white, and blue and gold balloons all coming down from the ceiling, really to add to the celebration that they've been having here for the past week.
And of course, Rory, last night was the acceptance speech of J.D. Vance as the vice presidential nominee. Your thoughts on that speech, and what are you hearing from other people who were there in the building at Fiserv Forum about that speech?
Yeah, a lot of people that I spoke to beforehand were curious. They didn't really know much about J.D. Vance, even though he had his book, Hillbilly Elegy. It became a movie on Netflix. By the way, don't watch that one with the young kids. But a few
thank you.
in there. Great story, but a lot of language. So a lot of people were impressed after they heard him, but also were going in with not really an open mind. They were going in saying that, look, Donald Trump picked him. I trust Donald Trump's judgment here.
How effective do you think he will actually be in those Rust Belt states that he mentioned over and over and over again in his speech?
You picked up on that, huh? Boy, that's real subtle, wasn't it? Right. I mean, he's an Ohio senator from neighboring Pennsylvania, and of course now we're going to see him on the campaign trail a lot in Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin as well here to try to turn those states red. Those are the battleground states. We'll probably see him a bit in Nevada and Arizona because that's where the fight is at this point.
And Rory, we got to get your reaction on President Biden's COVID diagnosis. There's got to be a lot of chatter about that at the RNC.
Yeah, there is. I saw a great line in Punchbowl News saying that that COVID diagnosis was probably the best thing to happen to Joe Biden's campaign in a week. That's how much the Democrats are imploding right now.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. We've been going to him all week. We'll go to him tomorrow as well, certainly in the aftermath of Donald Trump's acceptance speech, which will take place tonight in Milwaukee. Coming up, we'll hear more talkbacks from you and react to them, as we've been asking you this morning, with all of the signs pointing to more big-time Democrats asking Joe Biden to step aside. What do you think will happen next? How do you think it will impact this race for the presidency? That and more coming up. Randy Beamer in studio, Charlie Parker in the building. He'll join us in the 8 o'clock hour as well. WOAI News Time 745. stuff. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, Charlie Parker has stepped into the studio. We'll check in with Charlie Parker. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is off the campaign trail and at his Delaware home after testing positive for COVID. The final night of the RNC will see Donald Trump take the stage for the first time since his assassination attempt. And over 25,000 are still without power in Houston more than a week after Hurricane Beryl. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast, partly cloudy today, chance of scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon. High in the low 90s, overnight lows in the mid 70s, partly cloudy tomorrow with a high of 95. Saturday, mostly sunny with a high of 96. Right now, 75 in Kerrville, 78 in New Braunfels, cloudy, 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Randy Beamer in studio, and now Charlie Parker in studio. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie, what is going on?
Not much.
So is that your take on the Republican convention? Have you seen?
Oh no,
any
yeah,
clips of that?
I've been watching. I've been paying close attention to that.
What's your take?
It's conventions for me are pretty much, they go off exactly like you think they're going to go off.
Very
I mean,
scripted.
your audience is a captive audience. I mean, there's nothing you can say on the stage that's going to upset anybody that's there. You know, I try to pretend to be an undecided anytime I'm watching a convention, just to see if anything would sway me. And if I was an undecided, so far, nothing would sway me.
Anything surprise you? Like
Yes, Charity brought it up in the 6 o'clock an hour, and I've been thinking about it for a couple of days now. Where the hell's Ivanka?
Maybe tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight's the night, Charity, for Ivanka?
I haven't
and
seen her
Melania.
scheduled.
She's not going to be speaking. She's just going to be in attendance.
Oh, okay.
Now, okay, as an undecided, JD
pretending to be
or pretending to be,
undecided.
yeah. JD Vance, he gives a speech last night. In general, the selection of JD Vance and his speech last night, would he move you as a part of this ticket?
Well, I think no. I think most of us know the reason that he was picked, depending on, you know, what talking head is visiting what other talking head on air. You know, one will come on and tell you, well, you know, it's because he's for the working man. And then the very next guest on the same network, well, he's there to get votes for, you know, from people in the Midwest, from the Rust Belt. I don't have anything, you know, it's just, I'm not finding it. To be quite honest, the thing I'm finding most interesting is and I find it kind of weird, the people wearing the bandages on their ear. What? I mean, you know, hey, different strokes, different folks, but I just find it a little strange.
In Charity, you said to Mike Opelka, and I agree, this is a marketing opportunity for the Trump campaign. You could have special Trump ear patches that everybody could wear. They could make some money off of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they would charge minimum like $25 for that small square, and you know, Trump supporters would buy it to show their support for the president who was almost killed.
I've been to some of those conventions, and they sell the weirdest stuff behind. I'm wondering if there's going to be a Trump bobblehead that goes from side to side.
Wow.
No, I know it sounds weird, but that's the kind of stuff that you would see at a convention. There was a lot of stuff anti-Bill Clinton and anti-Hillary at the conventions in 1996. It was it was personal.
Mm.
It was not restrained. It was not a hate fest exactly, but it was close. So you could see it's celebrating Trump with a bobblehead or against him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Would you
either.
buy
But
any of
Chris
that?
and I have talked about this ad nauseum. Nothing surprises me anymore.
I would not buy a little square.
Oh, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
But if you were a true believer, okay, let me ask you this, Charity. You're a Swiftie. If there was a Taylor Swift, if Taylor Swift had an ear issue, would you or do you believe other Swifties would there be, because she has a huge following among, adoring fans, as does Trump. If it were somebody you were a true believer of, might you buy a little ear square?
Let me put it this way. The only Swiftie gear that I have is courtesy of Chris Jewell gifting me Swiftie gear for my birthday, which I appreciate. But I'm not that diehard. I think about anything to where I would go and buy that kind of random merchandise.
There were political trading cards. I remember you can get at the conventions. That's what they sell to people. There's a lot going on behind the scenes at the convention, and it's not, I can tell you, as unified as it is on stage. And it's a whole different group that you see backstage than, in the front. All the Texas people have on the hats and look regular like Texans, and then you'll see people all dressed up in business type, buttoned up businessmen, at least in the past, at a Republican convention more than at a Democratic convention, where it has been more blue collar.
And I wonder about the guy who's in the crowd that wears that suit that looks like it's a brick wall. If he has more than one suit, because he's worn the same suit every night.
Is he supposed to be the border wall?
I hadn't thought that far, but maybe that's what he's supposed to be. But his pants and suit and tie look like a brick wall.
I can see them selling little border walls.
Yes.
I think, whether it's inside the convention or not. I mean, that kind of stuff sells outside.
Yeah.
So, Randy, I have to ask you, having been a part of the media at conventions many years, after the convention ends, like last night, JD Vance was done about 10:15, 10:20. Does the media, do they all go out hitting the bars, or are you too tired from all the coverage?
No, they all do. And so do the politicians. I remember seeing, was it Charlie Gonzalez, maybe Henry Bonilla at a bar or two afterwards, and they want to schmooze with the media, and the media wants to find out what's going on. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like I was thinking, you've been to Super Bowls and things like that it's a media, it has been in the past, a reunion for them and for politicians.
Must be fascinating. Lots more coming up as we approach the top of the hour. At 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Real, new numbers are in as to whether we are better off now than we were 4 years ago under the Joe Biden administration. Charlie Parker in studio, Randy Beamer in studio, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden tests positive for COVID and J.D. Vance formally accepts the GOP VP nomination. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 95. Stray shower possible tonight, a low of 75. Get a move on. It is 80 degrees. Well, President Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. Fox's Kevin Corke has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden testing positive for COVID with mild symptoms. However, that admission coming just shortly after conceding that he would consider dropping out of his reelection bid if doctors diagnosed him with a serious medical condition. Now, the 81-year-old Democrat did give reporters a thumbs up and said, "I feel good," as he cut short his campaign trip to Las Vegas. Of course, from there, he flew to his beach home in Delaware to go into isolation. Now, Mr. Biden did thank well-wishers on X, adding that I will be isolating as I recover, and during this time, I will continue to work to get the job done for the American people.
And Biden's diagnosis comes as calls for him to drop out of the race continue to grow over concerns about his physical and mental health. Senator J.D. Vance made his first formal speech since becoming former President Trump's running mate on night 3 of the RNC. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
Ohio Senator J.D. Vance officially accepting the Republican Party's vice presidential nomination.
Tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
Reflecting on unity in the moments after the attempt on former President Trump's life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
Also talking about his upbringing and what he's learned during his time in the Senate.
My message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win.
Calling the evening a night of hope. From the RNC in Milwaukee, Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And Governor Abbott put the focus on the southern border during his speech.
When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C.
And tonight at the RNC, Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president and give his first speech since the assassination attempt. And Republicans are furious after a briefing with officials on the shooting of Trump. Fox's Ron Schmelz has details.
House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green tells Fox's Neil Cavuto on Your World the lack of answers from Secret Service and the FBI are concerning.
They wouldn't answer the question about what happened between that suspicious moment and what the rules of engagement are for local law enforcement interacting with the Secret Service.
Fox News is told Secret Service knew about the threat of a shooter prior to former President Trump walking on stage and still let him walk on stage. A source says lawmakers were given a timeline of events during separate Senate and House briefings, but no real answers yet, and an acknowledgement of failure from the Secret Service. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, Corpus Christi police are confirming that the remains of a missing New Braunfels man have been identified. Police say 21-year-old Caleb Harris was attending college in Corpus Christi and was last seen in early March near his apartment. City workers found human remains in a wastewater lift station almost a month ago. A DNA match from Harris's relatives identified the remains. His cause of death has not yet been determined. Well, a lot of Texas is baking under summer heat, and this weather has led to one of our airlines making some changes. Alan Skaya has more.
Flight attendants for Dallas-based Southwest have posted pictures and comments online showing exploded soda cans. Some have commented with the hot weather, Southwest should use a different method to load food and drinks on board. One said soda trucks sit on the tarmac with no temperature control, leading to cans bursting once they're on the cooler plane and then opened. The Southwest says some employees have had hand injuries as a result. They say they're taking steps in hotter cities like Dallas, Houston, and Austin here in Texas, and those steps include limiting time trucks spent on the tarmac and loading cans into coolers.
But big changes are coming to South Texas next week with a cold front expected to bring below average temperatures and increase our chances for rain. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. I'm Chris Duell, along with Charity McCurdy. In studio, Randy Beamer and Charlie Parker. Coming up, we will check in with national correspondent Erin Real. She's got the numbers, latest poll financially. Are we doing better now than we did 4 years ago? That's a big issue in this campaign. That's coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today and tomorrow. Mostly sunny on Saturday. There is a chance of some thunderstorms today. Look for a high today, 93. Tomorrow and Saturday, around 95. Right now, 76 in Kerrville, 78 in New Braunfels. San Antonio, 80 degrees. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news, that is Charlie Parker. He's in studio. Randy Beamer in studio. Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Let's check in with national correspondent Erin Real. Erin has some numbers from a new study on how Americans feel financially now versus 4 years ago. Randy Beamer, what do you have for Aaron?
Aaron, do you think it's how they feel or the numbers? Because the Democrats are going to play up economic numbers that are better, but at the Republican convention, they're talking about the feelings of people saying, it doesn't work for us.
All that matters are the feelings. Listen, by all metrics, the economy is doing well. It really, really is. This is truth. It's also true that if you haven't gotten at least 25% raise over the past 4 years, then you are having less money to pay your bills with. Every bill has gone up about 20%. This is what inflation does. Even though it's been coming down since its peak in 2022, it compounds on top of itself, which is why 43% of Americans who were surveyed by Bankrate say that their personal financial situation has gotten worse since the start of Biden's presidency. It absolutely splits along party lines. 68% of Republicans say their personal financial situation has gotten worse. Only 16% of Democrats say that. But here's the rub. Over a third of U.S. adults say that Trump would be better for their personal financial situation. The bottom line is these numbers do not get you reelected as president.
And now, Aaron, does the answer to this question largely depend on age? I mean, it's got to be hard to get a blanket response.
Age matters, gender matters, but the numbers are so big that it kind of crosses all those lines. And the fact of the matter is the president often gets way too much credit, good and bad, in terms of what's happening in the economy. And those who say that their finances have worsened since Biden could also just be thinking about rapidly rising inflation, which again is coming down, but it is inflation, which was caused by a number of factors, supply shocks, COVID-19 rescue package, pent-up demand. And also, make no mistake, inflation has stemmed from policies that were approved under both Trump and Biden. Trump, if you remember, was the one who initially shut down the economy and at the beginning of the pandemic. This is not a matter of the blame game. It doesn't matter who did what. What matters is how people feel. And the president, the sitting president, will get the blame for that when it comes to finances.
Let me go back to what you said right out of the gate. Do you have any numbers on how many people have not had a 25% raise in the last 4 years? Because I got to expect that that's a really large number.
It's a great question. I do not have that number. No, but I do not have that number at all. But if you listen to the sentiment out there, and here's the thing, like a raise, if you own property or if you have money in the market, you've done spectacularly well. Like your net is way higher than it was before 2020. That's just the reality of the situation. If you don't, if you are an employee that gets a paycheck, then you are dependent on that raise, and those raises aren't coming at believe me, there's been wage growth, but it's been needed prior to the pandemic. We now have wage growth faced with 25% increases over 4 years in terms of inflation's impact on one's ability to pay their bills. If you haven't had that compensated and you are a salaried employee, no, you don't feel your financial situation is better.
Great reporting from national correspondent Aaron Real. As we roll forward, more with Charlie Parker and Randy Beamer in studio. We'll get to your talkbacks, and at 8:40, Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show has a preview of his show coming up this afternoon. WOAI News Time, 8:14. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And Charlie Parker has some thoughts on the coverage of Joe Biden and his cognitive decline. We will jump into that in just a sec. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, tonight is the last night of the RNC, and it's going to be all about Donald Trump. A COVID diagnosis has kicked President Biden off the campaign trail, and the number of power outages in Houston now stands at nearly 30,000 following Hurricane Beryl. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy skies, a chance of some scattered thunderstorms throughout the day. Look for a high around 93. Partly cloudy tomorrow, about 95. Mostly sunny on Saturday, high around 95. Right now at Stinson Field, 79. Fort Sam Houston, 80. San Antonio, 80 degrees. And WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy, Randy Beamer, and Charlie Parker in studio. I'm Chris Duell. We are live on YouTube. If you want to see Randy and Charlie and Charity and me on YouTube, go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. And Charlie, as big as the Republican National Convention is, the Joe Biden story seems to have more dramatic developments every day. Yesterday, we hear of the COVID-19 diagnosis. We also hear that Nancy Pelosi has told him, you know, we're probably going to lose and we're going to lose the House if you stay in place. His leading fundraiser, Jeffrey Katzenberg, has apparently told him other donors are not going to be giving money. Congressman Adam Schiff, who was a big supporter, now saying that he should step down. What do you think of the coverage of Joe Biden by the media?
Well, first of all, I think he will step down, and I think it will be relatively soon, sometime within the next 2 weeks or so. I don't think that he's going to resign his presidency. And does it really matter? I mean, with what little time is left in that term, somebody, whoever moves up, whatever the case may be, they'll still, and we've heard the Republicans say this during the convention over and over and over again. Well, not over and over, but a couple of times, particularly last night. It's not so much, it's not just Biden. It's Democratic policy. It's the Democrats' policies. Those aren't going to change. But to your question, sorry for digressing there. We've all known that he's been having mental challenges, particularly during the debate and after. It's really manifested and grown in our understanding of his lack of mental acuity. I get really upset when I'm watching, and I move all over the place. I'm, NBC, CBS, ABC, PBS, the gamut, Fox, CNN, the whole gamut. I'm all over the place. I get really upset when some of the talking heads, and I'll just go right ahead and say it because his name keeps jumping into my mind. Jesse Walters is extremely guilty of this, from my perspective. Nobody seems to have any empathy for an aging man who's, I can't say obviously that he's got dementia. He's got cognitive problems. I don't know if he's got dementia or Alzheimer's, but he's an aging man, and there's something going on there. And it doesn't seem like anybody. Now, Gutfeld, for example, he's basically a comedian. You expect him to go that direction. but I don't pay a lot of attention to the anchors in particular. But what I knew of Jesse Walters until particularly this week, I thought he was just like a straight ahead kind of Hannity kind of guy. But he's all of a sudden thinks he's George Carlin. I mean, that's what it appears to me. And again, having had a mother who died and a grandmother both who died from Alzheimer's and dementia, I don't understand can't you talk about somebody and things you don't like about them without kind of acting like you don't even care that he's.
You think they're offending the older potential voters?
I don't know, because I don't. This is a great question, Randy. I don't know who watches what. I know right-leaning people watch Fox and left-leaning people tend to go the CNN route. But I mean, I don't know the demographics of who's watching what. But, well, I'm old, and it offends me.
But Randy, as a longtime television news anchor, should these news anchors be more respectful and showing more empathy?
I don't think we're talking news anchors, to be honest. I think primetime CNN, well, maybe more CNN, but MSNBC, Fox News, those aren't straight ahead news anchors to begin with. It's talk TV, like talk radio. And so I think you can expect different things from them. And by the way, there are more. You have, what is it? Real America News, and you have The First with Bill O'Reilly. He's their primetime anchor. Newsmax. They have a big neon sign there. So they're not really doing straight news anyway. They're doing commentary out of it. But I think you're right. There is a difference of opinion and how to relate to that. If you describe what Biden was doing last night as shuffling on and off the plane, or whether he was walking because he was a little, he's got COVID and he's not feeling well, that can imply how you feel. You can infer a whole lot of things from the way people use words.
Yeah, but the storyline is about the president's mental, physical ability. How do you report on that while remaining sensitive to the topic?
Very easily.
As far as talking about him, slowly walking down the stairs of Air Force One, having trouble getting into his SUV. Is it that kind of commentary you're referring to, Charlie, or
no?
Do they go
I'm talking
beyond
about
that?
some tend to almost make fun of it. They don't. It seems to me like they have no idea at all what dementia and Alzheimer's are. It's secondary to it. It's the story that's driving the story, but they don't tend to talk about that part of the story. They just throw it out there and then start beating up on the guy because it's not, you think he likes being in this position? I don't. And again, Randy made a great point. When you're watching the NBC, CBS's, ABCs like that, they're delivering news. But when you get to those cable outlets, they're there to, I guess, entertain. And they tend to think that they're actual entertainers as opposed to
infotainment, angertainment.
Yeah, it just bothers me. It just pisses me off.
It's a great point. It's something to keep an eye on. Coming up, Charity McCurdy at the bottom of the hour has everything you need to know. We'll get a preview from Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show and more with Randy Beamer and Charlie Parker in studio coming right up. WOAI News Time, 8:27.
8:33 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is self-isolating after testing positive for COVID. On the final night of the RNC, Donald Trump will take center stage. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Chance of scattered thunderstorms, a high near 95. Stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, President Biden is tested positive for COVID ahead of a campaign event he was scheduled to attend in Las Vegas. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
The president, one day after addressing the NAACP convention in Las Vegas, planned to give the keynote at an event for Unidos US, the nation's largest Latino advocacy group. But Unidos CEO Janet Murguia broke bad news.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
Murguia said the president apologized for not appearing, but did not want to put anyone at risk. The president stopped earlier at a restaurant where he had been greeting diners. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meantime, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly told Biden in private that polling shows he cannot win the election. CNN is reporting that during a recent conversation, Pelosi told Biden that the numbers show he will lose and that he could ruin Democrats' chances of winning the House if he continues on. It follows calls from many prominent Democrats for Biden to drop out, including Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and Adam Schiff. Ohio Republican Senator and VP candidate J.D. Vance spoke at the RNC last night, where he reflected on the assassination attempt on former President Trump, touting his defiance.
What did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater.
Today at the RNC, Trump will accept the GOP nomination for president. Meantime, there are new developments in the investigation into the shooting at the Pennsylvania rally. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
A lot of new eyewitness video coming in. The first video appears to show the alleged shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks, wandering around the building that he apparently used a ladder to climb and then fire into the crowd. Thomas Crooks was reportedly flagged as a suspicious person up to 1 hour before the shooting. A separate new video shows the chaotic moments after the shooting. President Trump being ushered away by Secret Service and two gunshot victims being escorted off a bleacher. Just horrifying chaos. There is intensifying scrutiny over the failed security plan at the rally here in Butler.
And the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, has been subpoenaed to appear before Congress next week. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We bring in Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker, and Randy Beamer in studio. I'm Chris Duell. We will talk about not only is Donald Trump speaking tonight, but who else is on the speaking lineup on the night number 4 of the Republican National Convention. But first, let's check in with Joe Pags. Joe Pags is getting ready for a big night at the RNC. Good morning, Joe. All right, Joe Pags Show, 5 o'clock this afternoon, and every weekday it runs from 5 to 8. Be sure to be listening. Now, Pags said Eric Trump will speak tonight. That is true, but some other names that are on the lineup tonight, according to CBS News, former Fox News host Tucker Carlson.
Yes,
that should be fun.
Who sat with him Monday night, which I don't know, but those are the ones that are on earlier and on cable, but you don't see them on the 9 o'clock regular network shows usually.
Well, I saw a tease yesterday afternoon on Channel 5 of, that our governor was going to speak, and they gave the time that he was going to speak, and it was not available anywhere.
Amazing.
We, of course, had cuts from what he had to say yesterday, but I mean, I couldn't find it to watch in the moment.
Yeah, on YouTube, I found like NBC News Online and ABC News Online. I found some feeds that have it.
Well, you know me, I didn't even go out
but
there.
it's not, if you're looking on cable, trying to find Greg Abbott in that case, good luck. Also, in addition to Eric Trump and Tucker Carlson, tonight we'll also hear from former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and reportedly the speaker right before Donald Trump will be Dana White, the UFC CEO.
And Hulk Hogan, I understand.
The
is speaking.
Hulkster.
Yes.
Okay.
The Hulkster.
See, and the laugh is very, very appropriate. I don't get it.
Well,
maybe I'm missing something here. Because here, let me ask you this quickly. Have you heard or learned anything during the last 3 days, and the night being the 4th? Well, you don't know because we haven't heard it yet. That you didn't already know?
Well, a lot about J.D. Vance that people didn't know. And then also, I think it will inspire you to look, or some people, to find out more. Like when J.D. Vance talked about childless cat ladies who are miserable in their own lives and shouldn't be in. Basically, he said one time on Tucker Carlson that they shouldn't be in charge of the country. And so that's pointed out on some of the networks, or you can find it online.
I didn't
now
hear that
where
on
you hear
Fox.
that. Yeah, I don't think you'll hear that. But I mean, those are some of the things that you could find out if you're really digging down into this. But I think you're right. The average person is going to see the 9 to 10 o'clock hour and maybe not a lot of surprises, but they'll tug at your heartstrings.
I did not know that Eric Trump and Donald Jr. were excellent marksmen. I did not know that both of them
really
were
into guns.
experts with rifles. Had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's how we were brought up. I would have never thought that the Trump's kids would have been out on shooting ranges.
I've seen them on social media going to Africa on safaris, killing elephants, and I've seen things like that.
Well then now you're handing the Democrats some ammunition for their convention.
They've posted.
You know how people react online about that kind of thing. Yeah.
Some people are very triggered by that.
What do you expect from him tonight, Charlie?
I never know what to expect from Trump. I know what I want to hear from Trump.
Which is, what do you want to hear?
I would like to hear, or at least, even if you're just trying to fake me out, show me some kind of less narcissism. Give me a little bit more decorum. Tone it down a little. You know, again, fake me out and make me think that that's what it's going to be like in the future. And we all know that most Trump supporters like that thing. I don't like that in any president, and there have been others that were like that. Well, not to this degree, but I just want to hear kind of a tamped down delivery, and I want to hear what you're going to do. And what I don't want to hear is that on Wednesday, November 6th, the Russia-Ukraine war is going to be over. I don't want to hear those. You know what I mean?
He has said he could solve it in one day.
Yeah, I don't want to hear those kind of things. Keep it real, man.
What you're looking for in Charity, we're hearing everything Charlie's looking for, a more reserved, a more humble, a unifying Donald Trump. That's what we're expecting tonight.
And I think some Trump supporters want a touch of that Trump punchiness, but I think a lot of people want to hear him speak for the first time and great length about his brush with death. Does he have a new perspective on life, and has it changed his presidential campaign, his vision? I think we're going to see a vulnerable side of the former president tonight.
I would like to, but I wouldn't bet money on it.
Going to be very interesting. Must-see TV.
Here's a prediction for you.
Okay.
I predict that he will not wear the bandage.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know. There should be a bet on that in Vegas.
That is a good
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Or a smaller bandage.
Yeah.
What makes you say he will not wear the bandage tonight?
I'm just thinking about,
Optics or what?
kind of an optic kind of thing. I mean, it's probably not needed. It's not bleeding any longer. It's been, I know I'm sounding crude, but I'm not meaning to. But he doesn't need the bandage at this point.
So you think it's not?
I'm sure he's not wearing it around the house.
Not that big a scar, so it wouldn't look good.
Yeah,
But how
or
do we know
maybe
that?
if it is, it would have a completely different physical appearance for people.
He could show
I'm just,
people the scar. It could show.
I'm outside the box a lot.
Yeah, that's it. Something to watch for. Will he wear the bandage tonight? Charlie says no. Quick break. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 8:47.
Okay, we should put money on it.
That's a good one.
For
See, I think Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, then more with Randy Beamer and Charlie Parker in studio. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
President Biden is canceling campaign events while he deals with COVID. Donald Trump will take center stage at the RNC tonight, and power outage lawsuits have been filed in Houston. We'll have the latest coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today. A chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. Look for a high around 93. 80 in New Braunfels, 78 in Kerrville, 80 in San Antonio.
San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer and Charlie Parker in studio. Charity McCurdy. Our thanks to EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel for doing all the technical work this morning. Randy, what is your prediction? Are we going to see a humble, emotional, pulling at your heartstrings Donald Trump tonight?
I think part of it will be that, but I wonder if by now that he's, watched some of the more red meat speeches, if he's going to go that way a little or go off prompter and do that some. I think you'll see a little of everything.
It has changed because he had a speech in the bag prior to the assassination attempt, and what I understand is it's been torn up and, well, obviously it's gone now and it'll be different. I couldn't even begin to venture a guess. I'll just tune in and see what I get.
You can watch it on PBS at 7 because it preempts the
Yes.
on the record on KLRN.
Oh, okay.
Shameless plug. Sorry.
The only person who can preempt Randy Beamer on the record, 7 o'clock on KLRN, is Donald Trump, Charity.
Well, Joe
Yes.
Biden too.
Well, okay, yeah. You have to be or have been a president.
Yeah.
Nobody else preempts Randy Beamer.
I agree with you guys, though. I think we're going to get a little bit of everything from Trump, but I do think we're going to see an emotional side of him. How can he not be a changed man after being shot? I mean, it's crazy. And I think that we will see a Trump trying to fight back tears on that stage tonight.
My goodness, it's going to be a fascinating night in American history, and we will be all over it tomorrow. Randy will be back in studio, so 5 to 9 tomorrow. We'll have all angles and obviously highlights of the speech that Donald Trump delivers later tonight at the Republican National Convention. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know coming up here at the top of the hour. Then Glenn Beck. Here's your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.